bastards back here through number 10. 10 then going up over the group that we have starting on the other line as for the advantage. She has just a little sharper, a beautiful front end assembly on this doe, more openness to ribbon when you put your hand on her dairy string. We love this 11th place doe, particularly in profile. She's just got an uphill stature, beautiful angulation of her legs. She's smooth blended, just not quite as open as the doe ahead of her, but for the advantage of that length of bone, length, levelness in the rump area, 11 is going over 12, 12 over 13. Again, smoothing that front end assembly, granting some capacity of memory. Got here to number 13, 13 over 14. Wider in the chest floor, just a little greater length of bone throughout. Similar tight does here, but again, just a little more capacity of 13 over 14 of both memory and body. 14 over 15 for the capacity of memory system. 15 over 16, this is general appearance. She's uphill, smooth blended neck into withers, longer bone pattern. 16 over 17, dairy strength. More openness of ribbing, flatness of bone, a little more angulation of her legs and general appearance. 17 over 18, again, we're talking general appearance. She's uphill, level in the rump. This though tends to level out in 18, more so on the move than she is right now. But again, she's a long body doe, and it's for that length of bone, angulation of her legs, and other areas of the scorecard of general appearance. At 18 is going over 19, 19 over 20, depth of body, capacity of memory system. Then 20 over the group over here on my far right. Just a grouping of those that we kept on the ring. We felt that they were productive age does. This is a 5 and 6-year-old class. We want to commend them for being out here. A beautiful grouping of does, nonetheless, just not quite as competitive as the does ahead of them. Thank you.
Okay, the results of the Alpine 5 and 6-year-old class. The award was sponsored by Cherry Tree Farm, Yolanda Burton and family. First place, Alpine 5 to 6-year-old, went to Grand Champion Kara Call, PGW Akebono, owned by Emily Thompson. She was also first udder in the class. Second place with third udder went to Grand Champion Tempo Aquila Mazai, owned by Lauren Acton. Third place with second udder went to Olentangy Accolade T-Mant, owned by Mark Baden. Fourth place was Kickapoo Valley Make It Holy, owned by Ed Judlowski. Fifth place, Grand Champion Maple Wind Charming Fanfare, owned by Maple Wind, the Warren family. Sixth place was Champion Moran Renals Wren, owned by Randy Adamson. Seventh place was Olentangy Lance Cadmio, owned by Mark Baden. Looks like ninth place was Grand Champion Olentangy Speeding Austinia, owned by Mickey Colfax. 10th place went to McCann Farm Fancy, owned by Ed Judlowski. 11th was Windrush Farms Neo Itch, owned by Keith and Lena Kunkel. 12th place was Champion Iron Rod JSN Chocolate, owned by Iron Rod Leslie Sidwell. 13th place, Shining Moon Fashionista Dancer, owned by Grant and Mickey Colfax. 14th place, Windrush Farms SAPP Hope, owned by Keith and Lena Kunkel. 15th place was Hard Luck Hollow RSE Tazia, owned by Kathy Walters. 16th place was Fiddler's Ridge Sense Surprise, owned by Shelby Varner. 17th place, Windrush Farms Dynamic Nitro, owned by Keith and Lena Kunkel. 18th place, Grand Champion Hard Luck Hollow WFKS Goldie, owned by Kathy Walters. 19th place, Champion Wood Trail Grazers Rosanna, owned by Rachel Toombs. 20th place, Grand Champion Kara Call Sirius Aurora, owned by Casey Prochniak. 21, SGCH Regal Catan Farm Shiloh, owned by Jessica Kraus. 22, Kraus Farms Grace, owned by Carly Kraus. And 23, Artesian Valley HKK Bree, owned by E&M Farms. First place youth went to Fiddler's Ridge Sense Surprise, owned by Shelby Varner. And second place youth went to Champion Wood Trail Grazers Rosanna, owned by Rachel Toombs. And again, this class was sponsored by Cherry Tree Farm, Yolanda Burton and family. try to get some announcements here for the sponsors of the Alpine ribbons. The junior class ribbons were sponsored by Trinity Smith Trinity Farm. Senior class ribbons were sponsored by Ma's Acres Dairy Goats, Nayeri family. Group class ribbons were sponsored by Cherry Tree Farm, Yolanda Burton and family. The championship ribbons for Alpines were sponsored by Wade Walker of Sunny Creek Farm. The Best Udder Rosette was sponsored by Odom Construction. The Reserve Best Udder, Mr. and Mrs. Rodney Van Wyck of Van Wyck Acres. The Premier Breeder banner was sponsored by Ma's Acres Dairy Goats, the Nayeri family. Premier Exhibitor banner was sponsored by Soldier Mountain Alpines, Tracy Stampke. The Premier Sire banner was sponsored by Wade Wachter of Sunny Creek Farm. And the Reserve Premier Breeder banner was sponsored by Trail Farm Alpines, Wyatt Austin.
their age alpines, 7 and over. Starting off with, we have a 7-year-old, a 7-year-old, and then a 9-year-old, 9-year-old, 8-year-old, 7, 8, 7, 7, 7, and 7. Again, looking at this grouping of does, we're going to go to other places. They're going to be 1, 3, 2. We feel we have, again, we're looking at this first place doe, just a really strong dairy doe. When you look at the long lean neck, upstanding stature, she's really sharp and angular. Just a little more fullness to the little rear part of the udder. It's going to put her as first udder over the toes behind her. Again, certainly a very sharp, still uphill doe with a lot of dairy strength. Going to grant certainly body capacity back here to the 7-year-old that's right behind her. A lot of width and depth throughout. That doe has got the power and still really smooth blended front end. Just not quite with shape to memory system, but she's, let's see, a 7-year-old, just a really beautiful depth of body. It is for the spring up rib, the width in the chest floor, the tightness in the shoulders, the strength of fasteners overall. 7-year-old is going up over the first of the pair of 9 rows behind her. Then the 3 going up over 4, in this third place doe will be our second hunter. For the advantage that she has, and just a little more capacity of memory system, just a little depth of body, more uphill stature than we have in the 9-year-old staying behind her. And 4 then going over 5. We have 9-year-old going up over 7-year-old. Again, just a strong doe as far as the general appearance. Just a really nice, strong depth of body, depth of heart, and again, smoothest of blending of the forerunner, bringing some capacity back here in the mammary to 5. It is for the advantage of capacity of mammary system. That 5 is going over 6. Advantage again, memory system, overall width of rear udder is putting 6 over 7, 7 over 8, height and angulation rear legs and general appearance. The 8-year-old going up over the 7-year-old and 8. Then 8 going up over 9. Again, just a little more delineation of teeth from udder floor, a little greater depth and heart than we have in the doe behind her. A really strong doe in general appearance in my 9th place slot. And it is for the advantage of the openness ribbing, dairy strength that 9 is going over 10, and then 10 over 11. We just have a doe that's just stronger in general appearance throughout, just a little more length and depth for the doe behind her.
Good afternoon. This is our first class of Toggenburg milking does today, our milking yearling class. We're going to have our udder placements today be 1, 2, and 5. Udder placings 1 over 2 today. The first place goat over the second place goat in terms of mammary system, overall area of udder attachment, height to the rear mammary system, and extension of that forudder attachment over our second place udder on the second place goat today. Second place udder over our third place udder, which is our 5th place goat today. She has the advantage when viewed from the side in terms of balance and having a little bit more rear mammary system behind the rear leg today. She has the advantage in extension of forudder attachment and capacity to that forudder over our third place udder today. Third place udder over the remaining udders in the class is just showing us more balance when viewed from behind, more width that rear mammary system, and more rear udder behind that rear leg today over the remaining udders in the class today. Class placing 1 over 2 today for an advantage first in that mammary system, that overall area of udder attachment, the extension of forudder attachment, and the width to the rear mammary system to carry her over 2. She also excels the second place doe in body capacity. Depth to the chest, prominence to that brisket, depth of heart, and increasing depth back to that flank today over 2. 2 then over 3, an advantage in her turn, just showing us a little bit more balance all the way across the scorecard today, but particularly over the doe behind her today. First, in general appearance, we're just showing us a little bit more correct angulation of the hock when viewed from the side. She's tracking a little bit more directly forward on those front legs, and then has the advantage in dairy strength today in terms of length and leanness to her neck and openness to the rib today over 3. 3 then over 4, an advantage in her turn and general appearance. It's the set to the rear legs, the angulation to the hock, the width between the hocks that she walks away from me over our 4th place though, and that coupled with her body capacity, the depth to her chest, the width to her chest today, and carrying that width all the way through over our 4th place go. 4 then over 5, an advantage in her turn and body capacity. She's just showing us more width throughout. She's showing us a little bit greater depth to that chest today than our 5th place go. She also has a slight advantage today in terms of length of body and general appearance. 5 bend over 6, an advantage in her turn in that mammary system that we talked about before. Width to that rear mammary system, balance when viewed from the side, showing you more rear udder behind that rear leg today. And then dairy strength. She's just showing us a little bit more openness to that rib today and a little sharpness, more sharpness at the withers than our 6th place toe. 6 over 7, an advantage in general appearance, length of body, levelness to the top line, especially as she's on the move about the ring. She's a little bit more nearly level as she moves about the ring today than our 7th place toe. She also excels the 7th place toe in mammary system in terms of height for the rear mammary system and balance when viewed from the side over 7. 7 then over 8, an advantage in her turn in general appearance. More smoothly blended in that front end assembly as she moves about the ring, just a little bit less noticeable in the shoulder assembly. And then she also has the advantage in dairy strength today, just a little bit sharper at the wither, a little bit more open in the rib today than 8. 8 then over 9 has the advantage today in that mammary system. She's showing me greater smoothness of blending in that foreudder attachment, greater extension of the foreudder attachment, and also has the advantage today in general appearance, more nearly level out over that top line, especially about the rump from hip to pin, and in her turn now more smoothly blended in that shoulder assembly than 9. 9 then over 10, an advantage in the mammary system, overall area of udder attachment, width to the rear mammary system over our 10th place go. 10 over 11, an advantage in general appearance. As she moves about the ring, she's more nearly level out over that rump, acting just a little bit more directly forward on the front foreleg than our 11th place toe. 11 over 12, the advantage here again in general appearance, more nearly level out over that rump from hip to pin, more correctly angulated in the humps and viewed from the side. Please don't leave yet. She also has the advantage in body capacity and prominence to the brisket and depth of brisket as well. I want to commend the body capacity on our 12th place toe, really like the depth of heart, the depth of rear rib, and the capacity that she shows us to her mammary system. Thank you.
Okay, here we are. This is the Grand Champion time. It's an Alpine show. I want to thank all the exhibitors that showed their beautiful milking Alpines today. Let's give a big round of applause. I have to say, we had a really beautiful, competitive show. It's so good to know that we're back. ADCA's back, National Show's back. We're here doing well, and we had some quality animals. I know I saw in the other ring, they had the same thing going on, so it's really great to see everybody. This show has been a real delight for both Joe and I. We had a really great time discussing these classes, and this grouping of 12 does at the top of the classes here are what we're talking about for champion. This line right here in front is the ones we're going to look a little closer at. I'd like to go down the line here, starting with this yearling. She's just right where we don't have a yearling. She's a beautiful uphill stature doe, great general appearance, nice angulation, sharp and angular, and again, out of a very large competitive yearling class, and she still is right here in line with these other does ahead of her. 2-year-old, second freshener, again, a little deeper in the heart, a little more spring of rib, a little more capacity in mammary system, as we would expect for a second freshener. Coming up here to this doe in 3-year-old class, this is a doe that excels in the general appearance category. Level top line, again, not quite as full in the rear or quite as fancy in udder, but a real solid overall area of udder support, beautiful legs and feet, and deserving to be right out here in this first place lineup. Moving up to the 4-year-old, fourth freshener. She's a deep body doe. You gotta talk about power with this doe and a mammary system to match it. She has the capacity, the overall area of udder support, and just a really beautifully level top line on the move on the 4-year-old. Coming up one more notch, a 6-year-old doe, 5 freshenings. Again, not one of the biggest does out there, but a real complete package. You look at the general appearance, feet and legs, the levelness and top on the move, and a socked on, capacious mammary system, 5 lactations under her belt, and still really beautiful put together doe. And then our age doe at the head of the line, 7 years old, you never know it, but look at her. She's tall, upstanding, extremely daring, and sharp and angular. As we talked about the lineup, there were 2 does that really kind of popped out at us a little more. They were a little bit like yin and yang in a sense. And we're talking about the 5-year-old and the 4-year-old. Final analysis today in the categories of general appearance, that smoothest of laying in the front end, beautiful mammary system. Our national champion is going to be 6-year-old doe. She's a doe that just really, you gotta look at this doe, 6 years old, just wonderful doe. In my mind and Joe's mind as well, we saw her, we said, she's the one. We're really happy that she came. Thank you so much for bringing your beautiful doe. Thank you for bringing her and having her as champion. Now we're taking a look at our lineup with our second place age doe from the 5 and 6-year-old class, excuse me. And again, it's a little bit line up here. I really like this doe that just came in the line in general appearance as far as the uphill stature. She's daring, nice and flat bone. But again, when you have the mammary system that you have on this 4-year-old doe, you have the depth of body, you got to go right down to her, and she's going to be our reserve national champion this year. Beautiful 4-year-old doe, national reserve champion Alpine. Congratulations.
All right, we're going to need our junior champion and reserve junior champion Alpines from last night into the show ring, please. Senior national champion was Grand Champion Caracol, PGW Akebono, owned by Emily Thompson and family. The reserve senior champion was Grand Champion Shining Moon Justinia, owned by Mickey and Grant Colfax. All right, while we're waiting for our junior champion and reserve junior champion to come back into the ring for the Alpines, I want to catch up on Alpine 7 years and over. The award was sponsored by Bill and Chris Strickland of Le Chevrier French Alpines. First place went to Olentangy Speeding Timanti, owned by Mark Baden. She was also first udder. Second place with third udder went to Grand Champion Sherpani OST Catalina Heat, owned by the Ringvist family. Third place, second udder, went to Windwash Farms Blizz Mischief, owned by Keith and Lena Kunkel. Fourth place went to Tempa Aquila Skippin' Free, owned by Lauren Acton. Five-year-old Sharian spells Pip, owned by Levi Campbell. Sixth place, Grand Champion Shining Moon Essence of Desire, owned by Grant and Maggie Colfax. Seventh place, Pleasant Grove Machine Fixed, owned by Craig Koopman of Pleasant Grove. Eighth place was Champion Hard Luck Hollow WAE Snowy, owned by Jill Bear. Ninth place, Harmony IRRM Orcs Arabesque, owned by Greg and Vicki Larson and family. And 10th place was Hard Luck Hollow WAE Veda, owned by Kathy Walters. The youth placings for the Alpine 7 years and over. First place went to Champion Sunrising Charmer Madison, owned by Maggie Arnold. And again, that award was sponsored by Bill and Chris Strickland of Le Chevrier French Alpine.
So I kind of got ahead of myself there. We had the senior champion. Now this is the overall grand champion. So we brought in our junior champion. She was a senior kid, and then our reserve junior champion, which was a junior kid, to compete against our senior champion and reserve senior champion of the day. And again, really love these two little does down here. I think that they're really showing us a lot of promise as far as giving due regard to their age. The junior kid's very dairy, beautiful angulation of her legs, and the senior kid just the same kind of a package doe, strong in general appearance, and that dairy strength, just not the total package that we have on the two age does to go any higher, but really congratulations to the junior reserve junior champions. Looking up here at our age does, just such a beautiful strong doe in general appearance. That 6-year-old doe is going to be my official national grand champion, and the beautiful powerhouse 4-year-old reserve. Congratulations to both of you, all 4 of you, once again. Beautiful alpine show.
Congratulations to our Alpine National Grand Champion Caracol PGW Akebono, owned by Emily Thompson and family. Reserve National Grand Champion is Grand Champion Shining Moon Justinia, owned by Grant and Mickey Colfax. All right, switching back over to ring 1, we started our Toggenburg show. Our lead judge for Toggenburg is Ann Claggett from Maryland, and the consultant judge is Jennifer Lohman Peterson from Wisconsin. We had our first class of Toggenburg Milking Yearlings, and the Toggenburg Milking Yearling Award was sponsored by Melissa O'Rourke and Joe Skoda of Dry Creek Acres. First place with first udder went to legendary E.H. Relish, owned by Anna Thompson Hadjick. Second place with second udder went to Royal Cedars Mount Olympia, owned by Spinning Spider Farm, the Owens. Third place went to Summer Days Cash Drusilla, owned by Michael and Vicky Summerlot. Fourth place, legendary E.H. Rupee, owned by Anna Thompson Hadjick. Fifth place with third udder was Royal Cedars Mount Shasta, owned by Royal Cedars, Melanie Ferguson. Sixth place, legendary Riptide Ramona, owned by Anna Thompson Hadjick. Seventh place Toggenburg Milking Yearling was Tivio Farm R.M. Shanda, owned by Kay White. Eighth place Hidden Meadows S.S. Anthem, owned by Royal Cedars, Melanie Ferguson. Ninth place Dry Creek Acres RCA Marigold, owned by Dry Creek Acres, Melissa O'Rourke and Joe Skoda. 10th place, Wild Hoof Acres Hurricane Miami, owned by Wild Hoof Acres. 11th place, Dry Creek Acres LRS Mabier, owned by Dry Creek Acres. In the 12th place, was Dry Creek Acres RCA Moss, owned by Dry Creek Acres. First place youth in the Toggenburg Milking Yearlings went to Wild Hoof Acres Hurricane Miami, owned by Wild Hoof Acres. And again, we like to thank the sponsor of the Toggenburg Milking Yearlings, Melissa O'Rourke and Joe Skoda of Dry Creek Acres.
This is our class of 2-year-old milkers. We are going to continue to work with the does that are in the center of the ring at the moment, and we're going to go ahead and excuse on the does on the rail so that you can go ahead and get ready for the next class. I appreciate you bringing them in today. Thank you very much. Give these exhibitors a round of applause, please.
For youth champion lineup, we have a 7 and 7, a 6 and 4, a 3 and 2, 4 and 3, excuse me. And then down here we have a 3 with 1, 2 with 1, and then our yearling. Okay, got it now. Looking at this lineup again, I want to congratulate. Let's give a big round of applause to our youth there. They really had a tremendous show. Come out here, work real hard. Really appreciate all their work and dedication. These animals are all well presented, and these young people did a great job in the ring handling their animals, and I really want to give my thanks to all of you. Today for our champion, we're going to go to the age doe at the head of the line. 7-year-old, 7 lactation. She got the shape to memory system a little forward than the 6-year-old behind her. The dairy strength, uphill stature, smooth line, the neck and the withers. Granny body back here to the next doe, but she will be our champion today for the youth show. Congratulations.
All right, we're looking for two more Alpine Dairy Herd entries, one from the Thompson family, Caracol, and one from Charity Payton. You should be in the ring right now, please. Thompson family and Payton family, Dairy Herd, Alpine entries.
Class of Toggenburg 2-year-old milkers. Today we're going to begin with our udder placements of 1, 2, and 4. Udder placings 1/2 today for advantage, and then just a beautiful extension of that foreudder attachment, giving us so much balance when viewed from the side. Has a little bit more height to the rear udder than the second place udder standing directly behind her today. It just has a little bit more proper teeth placement on the udder halves, on the udder floor today than our second place udder. 2 then over our third place udder, which is on our fourth place individual. She has the advantage of height to the rear mammary system today, width to the rear mammary system today, and balance when viewed from the side, just showing you a little bit more rear mammary system behind that rear leg today than our third place udder, which is on our fourth place doe. Our third place udder over the remaining udders in the class is just showing us more balance to the halves of the mammary system, more width to that rear mammary system, an extension of foreudder attachment, and more proper teeth placement on the udder halves today. Going to our actual placings for the class, 1/2 today for an advantage. It is that mammary system that pulls her into our first place position today. Just a tremendous amount of overall area of udder attachment, extension of foreudder, and height to that rear mammary system. She also carries herself over our second place doe in body capacity. She's deeper in the chest, she's wider in the chest, and she's showing me greater depth to that rear rib today than our second place doe. 2 then over 3, an advantage in her turn and general appearance. She's more nearly level out over that rump from hip to pin, a little bit more angulation to the hop when viewed from the side than our third place doe. And then that mammary system showing us more height to that rear mammary system, teeth to point more directly downward on the udder floor than our third place individual today. 3 then over 4, an advantage in general appearance, more nearly level out over the rump from hip to pin, more angulation to the hop when viewed from the side. She also has the advantage in dairy strength today, in leanness to the neck, and sharpness at the withers over our fourth place doe today. 4 then over 5, an advantage in her turn and general appearance, more correct set to those rear legs, having more angulation of the hop when viewed from the side, more width between the hops as she moves away from me, and just a little bit stronger on the rear pastern today than our fifth place doe. Fifth place doe over our sixth place doe has the advantage in that mammary system today, just showing us a little bit more balance when viewed from the side, a little bit more height to that rear mammary system today, and having a little bit more mammary behind that rear leg over our sixth place doe today. She also excels this doe in dairy strength in terms of sharpness of the withers and length of neck over 6. 6 then over 7, and an advantage in her turn. In general appearance, she's greater length of body, more nearly level as she moves about the ring, tracking just a little bit more directly forward on those front legs in our seventh place doe, and then body capacity. Beautiful depth of chest, prominence to her brisket today, and width throughout over our seventh place doe. 7 then over 8, an advantage in her turn and general appearance, showing me greater strength to her feet today, just being tighter in the toe all the way through, showing us greater width between the hops as she moves away from me, but also has the advantage today in dairy strength. She's a little sharper at the wither, a little bit more open in the rib today than our 8th place doe. 8 over 9, an advantage in mammary system, showing us greater balance to the halves of the mammary system, moving a little bit more comfortably around her mammary system as she moves about the ring today than our 9th place doe. She also excels the 9th place doe in body capacity, just beautiful depth to the chest, prominence to her brisket today to carry her over our 9th place individual. 9 over 10, we have the advantage today in mammary system, just showing us greater width to the rear mammary system, a little bit more capacity. We have in 10 who's milking through right now, so we just have a little bit of an advantage in capacity right now, but also excels this doe behind her in general appearance in terms of length of body. She's just a little bit longer, walking just a little bit straighter today on those front forelegs than our 10th place doe. 10th place doe over our 11th place doe, a doe that's been milking through, really showing us a lot of strength and general appearance on this doe, length of body, levelness of top line, smoothness of blending from the neck down into the shoulder junction, and then body capacity, just beautiful depth of the chest and width throughout on our 10th place individual today. 11 over 12 has the advantage today in that mammary system, showing us greater height to the rear mammary system, a little bit greater width to the rear mammary system over 12, but also has the advantage today in body capacity. She's just showing us a little bit greater width throughout today than our 12th place doe. 12 over 13 has the advantage in general appearance, showing me greater angulation of the hop when viewed from the side, a little stronger on the rear pastern as well than our 13th place doe, and then dairy strength, just a little longer in the neck, a little sharper in the withers than our 13th place doe today. 13 over 14, an advantage in that mammary system, overall area of udder attachment, balance when viewed from the side, and then she has the advantage today in body capacity, just a a lot of strength and power in this doe, especially in that front end and carrying that increasing depth back to her flank. 14 over 15, an advantage in general appearance. Angulation to the hock when viewed from the side, more nearly level out over that rump from hip to pin, and then when you get to mammary system, she's showing me a little bit more appropriate capacity to her mammary system for her body size today. She's showing me more balance to that mammary system when viewed from the side, having more rear mammary system behind that rear leg than our 15th place doe. 15 over 16, an advantage in her turn. In mammary system, she now has the advantage in terms of height to the rear mammary system, an extension of forward or attachment over our 16th place doe, and then also has the advantage in body capacity today. Just really lovely depth to the chest and increasing depth back to her flank over our 16th place doe. 16 over 17 has the advantage today in mammary system, overall area of udder attachment, greater height to that rear mammary system than our 17th place doe. 17 over 18, an advantage in general appearance, length of body, smoothness of blending from the neck down into the shoulders, less movement in the shoulder as they move about the ring today than our 18th place doe. 18 over 19, an advantage in her turn in mammary system. She now has the advantage in terms of overall capacity and width to the rear mammary system. And she also excels this doe behind her in 19 in body capacity and depth of chest over 19. 19 over 20, an advantage in dairy strength today, length of neck, sharpness at the wither, openness of rib today over our 20th place doe. Really like the length of body and the correctness to the general appearance that we see on our 20th place doe, the smoothness of blending in that front end assembly, and she's to be commended for that.
So there we heard. Beautiful alpine show. Again, this is a culmination. We're getting close to a culmination of what's been a really strong, powerful, competitive group of alpines out here. Dairy herd. We're talking here in this first place group over 2, just that overall capacity consistently across the board in those mammary systems. Very strong, depth of body, powerful does overall. But again, it's those mammary systems that are showing a uniformity of attachment. Placement on the floor, and again, the capacity is putting 1 over 2. General appearance, we just got really strong does. Age and maturity, general appearance is putting 2 over 3. We've got some tall, upstanding does, sharpening their beautiful front end assemblies, walking really correctly in the front end, but nicely attached mammary systems on the second place doe over number 3. Really commending the width here with our third place group for the body and the capacity of mammary system. As we see these does more and more, they're still just making a milk and working hard. We can see that it is for the advantage of just having a little more substance throughout, width in the chest and depth throughout. That this group of 3 is going over 4. Standout mammary here on the 7-year-old doe as well as others behind her. And it is for the advantage of just having more consistency in the overall strength of the mammaries on the 4th place group over number 5. Really commending this 5th place group with the beautiful national champion we have here. And again, a lot of productivity with these does, but it's primarily for the dairy strength consistently across the board that we have 5 going over 6. 6 over 7, general appearance again, stronger in the top line, just walking a little more correctly as far as in the top line. And just a real strong group of does whose body is putting them over 7. 7 over 8 for the strength of pasterns we've got here. Just again, a nice level top lines as far as showing a lot of dairy strength as well. Over the group is 8. 8 really powerful individuals with a lot of depth and width, and for the advantage today of having, again, the nice extensions to 4. Placement on T to another 4 is putting 8 over 9. 9 then over 10. Just, again, a group that's showing us a little more levelness in top and general appearance, a little more dairy strength over the group behind them. But again, strong grouping of dairy herd alpines.
All right, the Alpine Dairy Herd class was sponsored by Dr. Lauren Acton of Temple Farm. First place went to Shining Moon Ranch, owned by Mickey and Grant Colfax. Second place went to Temple Farm, owned by Dr. Lauren Acton. Third place went to Kickapoo Valley, owned by Ed Jadlowski. Fourth place went to Olentangy, owned by Mark Baden. Fifth place went to sixth place, Windrush Farm, owned by Lena Kunkel. 7th place, Iron Rod, owned by Iron Rod, Leslie Sidwell. 8th place went to Harmody Alpines, owned by the Larson family. 9th place went to Scott Payton and Charity Payton. And 10th place went to Hard Luck Hollow, owned by Kathy Walters. And again, the Alpine Dairy Herd class was sponsored by Tempo Farm, Dr. Lauren Active. All right, we want to congratulate our Alpine Youth winner. The doe was Fiddler's Ridge Scent Surprise, owned by Shelby Varner. All right, Toggenburg 2-year-olds. This class was sponsored by Edward Kavanaugh and family. First place with first udder went to Taylor Ridge, Renoir, Argentina, owned by Taylor Ridge Farm. Second place with second udder went to Johannes Acres, HK Dice, owned by Gert Arts. Third place went to K-Bar C, KK Lyre, owned by K-Bar C Farm, the Younger family. Fourth place with third udder went to Iron Hill Hazel Runs, owned by Cody Schlecht. Fifth place, K-Bar C, KJ Longitude, owned by K-Bar C Farm. Sixth place went to Grand Champion Summer Days, Jackson Valerie, owned by Michael and Vicky Summerlot. Seventh place, Dry Creek Acres RCA Labor, owned by Dry Creek Acres. Eighth place, Dry Creek Acres RCA Lavastone, owned by Dry Creek Acres. Ninth place, Legendary Riptide Richenka, owned by Anna Thompson-Hadjick. 10th place went to Legendary Riptide Ricochet, owned by Anna Thompson-Hadjick. 11th place went to 5/8 Fashionably Late, owned by Allison Ode. 12th place went to Hidden Meadows Vespa, owned by Royal Cedars. 13, Dry Creek Acres, RCA Lacrosse, owned by Dry Creek Acres. 14, Over Ridge Kellen Fenico, owned by Over Ridge. 15, Heatwave Lady Crystal Chaos, owned by Noah Johnson. 16, Ober Ridge, Callan Fay, owned by Ober Ridge. 17, K-Bar C EW Luxury Edition, owned by K-Bar C Farm. 18th place, Dry Creek Acres LRS Lavender, owned by Dry Creek Acres. 19th place went to Happy Thought Farm Riesling, owned by Happy Thought Farm. And 20th place went to Tivio Farm RM A Fancy, owned by K White. And again, this 2-year-old Toggenburg award was sponsored by Edward Kavanaugh and family. First place in the youth for Toggenburg 2-year-olds went to 5/8 Fashionably Late, owned by Allison Ode. Second place went to Ober Ridge Callan Fenico, owned by Ober Ridge.
Okay, best three, we got our 3 does up here at the end of the line, again, showing body capacity of memory system advantages over number 2. 2 then going over 3 in their turn. Again, so much consistency as far as the overall area of udder support, the general appearance strengths on these 3 does. We got a little age and maturity here and still really correct those in those categories of general appearance, dairy strength, and having nicely attached memory systems. 3 then over 4, just a little bit more depth and width throughout. Just again, nice strong does as far as a little more uniformity of type across the board, and putting 3 then over 4. 4 over 5, we do have the advantage of dairy strength, longer, leaner neck does, really beautiful depth and width throughout, sharpness in the ear, the shoulders, and general appearance. It's putting them over 5. 5 then over 6, we have more consistency as body capacity, the greater length and width from thorough to thorough, and again, a little more capacity as memory system, as I mentioned earlier to the people. These does are just keeping naked milk, and they're just really coming in a little more bloom as we go on. Then 6 going over 7 for the advantage in their turn. The levelness in the rump across the board of the 6th place dose and general appearance is putting them over number 7. 7 over 8, we have overall capacity of memory system advantages and udder support. 8 over 9, just again a little bit more openness and ribbing, and then having a dairy strength category here in this 8 over 9, granting some body back here to 9, and then 9 over 10 for the advantage that they have in the extension to 4 udders. 10 over 11 for the advantage in their turn, for just showing us a little more the capacity, and then 11 over 12 for the advantage of having the smoothness of blending and general appearance strengths over a 12th place group. All right, we had a little glitch in our paperwork. We want to
make a correction here. Our youth winner for the Alpine breed was champion Sunrising Charmer Madison, owned by Maggie Arnold. Our apologies to Maggie, and congratulations, Maggie, on your win. All right, Alpine breeders, the class in the ring now is Senior Get a Sire. This will be your tattoo check, so you need to go get your registration papers for the goats that you have in the ring. And if we have some tattoo checkers, please. The results of the Alpine Best 3 Senior Does. This class was sponsored by the Washington State Goat Breeder Association in memory of Denise Edwards of Promises French Alpines. First place went to Shining Moon Ranch, owned by Mickey and Grant Colfax. Second place went to Tempo Aquila, owned by Lauren Acton. Third place was Caracol, owned by Emily Thompson. Fourth place, Owen Tangi, owned by Mark Baden. Fifth place, Kickapoo Valley, owned by Ed Judlowski. Sixth place, Maple Wind Caprines. Seventh place, Harmody Alpines, owned by the Larson family. Eighth place, Iron Rod, owned by Leslie Sidwell. Ninth place, Windrush Farms, owned by the Kunkel family. And 10th place went to Hard Luck Hollow, owned by Kathy Walters. And again, the Alpine Best 3 Senior Does award was sponsored by the Washington State Goat Breeder Association in memory of Denise Edwards of Promises French Alpines. Again, a couple announcements, a couple reminders. If you're looking to be released early, you need to see Karen Smith, and she will get you an early release card. That's Karen Smith. She's walking around the barn. Just kind of find her, and she'll help you out with your early release cards. Also, for those following along, there are no show books printed this year. Everything is online. You can go to nationalshow.adga.org, go down to the show results option, and you'll be able to check out all the different show books from the various breeds we have here this week. It's nationalshow.adga.org.
right, this is our Toggenburg class of 3-year-olds. Today I'm going to talk about our udder placings first. They are 1, 2, and 3. First place over our second place udder, just an overall area of udder attachment, just beautiful height and width of this rear mammary system, extension of foreudder attachment and capacity of that foreudder as well. 2 then, over 3 has the advantage in width to the rear mammary system. She's just showing me greater width when she moves away from me. Then our third place udder today also has the advantage in terms of extension of foreudder attachment and size and shape to teeth over our third place udder. Third place udder over the rest of the remaining udders in the class, greater height to that rear mammary system, balance when viewed from the side, and showing us more proper teeth placement on the udder floor than the remaining udders in the class. And then back to our overall placing for the class, 1 over 2 today. This doe walked into the class today and easily won this class for me. Just showing me the most balanced across our scorecard today. Really, really tremendous mammary system, as I've already said. Overall area of udder attachment, height and width to that rear mammary system over 2, and then body capacity to just beautiful depth to this chest, prominence to her brisket, smoothness of blending in that front end assembly as she moves about the ring, and dairy strength, just really sharp at those withers, beautiful length and stretch to this neck. As I said, an easy top to this class. 2 then over 3, an advantage in her turn and general appearance. She's more nearly level out over that rump from hip to pin as she moves about the ring, tracking just a little bit more directly forward on those 4 legs today than our third place individual. And then body capacity. She's showing me a greater depth to the chest, greater depth to that heart girth, with increasing depth back to that flank over our third place doe. 3 then over 4, an advantage for that mammary system, that beautiful height to that rear mammary system and width to that rear mammary system. It's showing me greater appropriate capacity for sizing of the goat today than our fourth place individual. She also excels this doe in dairy strength today and leanness to that neck and openness of rib. Our fourth place individual really, really loved the body on this doe and the frame to this doe, just really correct in the general appearance, strength of those feet and legs, especially the rear pastern over the doe in 5, and she has just tremendous body capacity, depth and width to that chest, depth throughout over our fifth place doe. I would like to see her with just a little bit more milk for the relative size that she is today to move her up the line. 5 then over 6, an advantage in her turn. And general appearance, she's showing me greater width between the hocks as she moves away from me, more angulation to the hock when viewed from the side over our sixth place doe. And she has the advantage today in mammary system in terms of width to the rear mammary system over 6. 6 over 7 in her turn, an advantage now in general appearance, just really long and level over that top line. Smoothness of blending in the front end assembly, and then dairy strength, just really, really lovely and open in the rib in this doe, sharpness of the withers over our 7th place doe. 7 then over 8, an advantage in her turn in general appearance, more nearly level out over the rump from hip to pin as she moves about the ring, and more correct angulation to the hock when viewed from the side, less movement in the shoulder assembly as she moves about the ring. And she has the advantage of mammary system today in terms of height to that rear mammary system, and teeth that are just pointing a little bit more directly downward today than our 8th place doe. 8 over 9, an advantage in general appearance. As she moves about the ring, she's just showing me greater strength to that rear pastern, showing me greater strength to the feet around, all the way around in terms of tightness in her toe over our 9th place individual, but also has the advantage today in dairy strength. She's just a little bit leaner in the neck today than our 9th place doe. 9 then over 10, an advantage in mammary system, overall area of udder attachment, balance when viewed from the side over our 10th place doe, and body capacity. She's just deeper and wider throughout than our 10th place individual today. 10 over 11, an advantage in general appearance, length of body, levelness to our top line, smoothness of blending in that front end assembly over our 11th place doe today. 11 then over 12, an advantage in her turn and general appearance, more nearly level out over that rump from hip to pin, especially as she moves about the ring, angulation to the hock when viewed from the side, and width between the hocks as she moves away from you. She does have the advantage in mammary system in terms of height to the rear mammary system today over 12. 12 then over 13, an advantage in her turn, and excuse me, a mammary system, so we're showing you more balance when viewed from the side of this doe, and also has the advantage in terms of width to the rear mammary system over 13. 13 over 14, general appearance, strength to her back, especially in the area of the chine, more nearly level out over the rump from hip to pin. She also excels in dairy strength in terms of sharpness of the withers, today over 14. 14 over 15, an advantage in her turn. First in mammary system, greater width to the rear mammary system, balance when viewed from the side, showing me more udder behind that rear leg today than our 15th place doe. And then she has the advantage in dairy strength as well, openness to that rib and sharpness of the withers over 15. 15 over 16, an advantage in her turn in general appearance, more nearly level out over the rump from hip to pin, angulation to the hock when viewed from the side over our 16th place doe. 16 over 17 is a mammary system placing, more overall area of udder attachment, extension of foreudder attachment, and has more capacity to that foreudder than our 17th place doe. 17 over 18, an advantage in her turn in general appearance, angulation to the hock when viewed from the side, more nearly level about that rump from hip to pin today than our 18th place doe. Like the body capacity that we see on our 18th place doe, the depth to her chest, the depth to her rear rib, and she's to be commended for that.
The results of the Alpine Senior Geta Sire class, which was sponsored by Edward Kavanaugh and family. First place went to Windrush Farms Neo Momentum, owned by Ed Judlowski. Second place went to Redwood Hills Zodiac Revelry, owned by Automakers. Third place, Windrush Farms WRJC Neo, owned by the Kunkel family. Fourth place, Windrush Farms SL Icon, owned by Kathy Walters. And fifth place went to Moran RR Rockstar, owned by Hope Hitch. And again, that class was sponsored by Edward Kavanaugh and family. Toggenburg 3-year-olds. This class was sponsored by LaKayla and Katie Vincent of Prairie Ridge Dairy Goats. First place with first udder went to Johaus Acres High Roller, owned by Gert Arts. Second place with second udder went to Iron Hill Gladys Knight, owned by Cody Schlecht. Third place with third udder went to Heatwave KJ Halo, owned by Noah Johnson. Fourth place, RPS Acres Charlotte, owned by RPS Acres. Fifth place, Royal Cedars Just Vegas, owned by Wild Hoof Acres. Sixth place, Dunamis Dairy Canes Paisley, owned by Gwen Brubaker. Seventh, Iron Hill Shirley a Winner, owned by Cody Schlecht. Eighth place, Ober Ridge Calvin Fancy, owned by Ober Ridge. Ninth place, Dry Creek Acres Katia, owned by Dry Creek Acres. 10th place, Happy Thought Farm Lil Valley, owned by Happy Thought Farm. 11th place, Hidden Meadows X Constellation, owned by Spinning Spider Farm. 12th, Dry Creek Acres Kabir, owned by Dry Creek Acres. 13, Happy Thought Farm Marigold, owned by Happy Thought Farm. 14th, Happy Thought Farm Cookie, owned by Happy Thought Farm. 15, Bad Moon Rising Tequila Sunrise, owned by Sherry Pereno. 16, Cumberland Hills RAA Banshee, owned by Sherry Pereno. 17, Royalty CHC Lindsay, owned by Tate Kelly. 18, Dry Creek Acres Crystal, owned by William Carlson. And again, the Toggenburg 3-year-old class was sponsored by LaKayla and Katie Vincent of Prairie Ridge Dairy Goats.
Okay, so we got the produce over here in ring 2, starting off with just the body capacity, consistency, given due regard to their age, and the consistency of the overall area of udder supported memory systems. We have reserve champion and the first place yearling here with beautiful sock memories over number 2. 2 then over 3 in their turn, again showing us just a little bit more dairy strength and the fact that they're just a little more overall area of support here, but it's primarily for just a little bit more dairy and age maturity. Consistency of type is putting 2 over 3. 3 then over 4, we have general appearance as far as angulation of their legs, body capacity, and extension of foreudder and mammary system. 4 then going over 5, again, 2 doses that are just pretty uniform, showing us an age of maturity and still really strong productive mammary systems. Then we have 5 over 6, more proper placement of teeth and udder 4 across the board on these 2, and then 6 over 7, we have just more sharpness and angulation and dairy strength over the number 6.
All right, the Alpine Produce of Dam class was sponsored by Emily Thompson of Caracol Farm. First place in that class went to Grand Champion Olentangy Speeding Augustinia, owned by Mickey and Grant Colfax. Second place, SGCH Olentangy Lance Teplete, owned by Mark Baden. Third place, Grand Champion Shining Moon Juno, owned by Mickey and Grant Colfax. Fourth place, Windrush Farms Storm Honey, owned by Keith and Lena Kunkel. Fifth place, Grand Champion Caracol PGL Arugula, owned by Emily Thompson. Sixth place, Grand Champion Harmody JT Briaz Atara, owned by Greg and Vicki Larson and family. And the seventh place was Windrush Farms Blizzard Mimi, owned by Keith and Lena Kunkel. And that's the Alpine Produce of Dam class, sponsored by Emily Thompson of Caracol Farm. Attention in the barns, could we have Megan or Aaron Carter report to the Attica office when you get a chance, please? Megan or Aaron Carter report to the Attica office when you get a chance.
So this is our dam and daughter starting off. A pair of those at the head of the line. Really just see uniformity here as far as the strings of the dam coming down into that daughter with a beautiful memory system. Then again, a nice little top line and general appearance. Again, just for that capacity of memory system there is showing today, we are going with 1/2. 2/3, we have the advantage today. A little more proper delineation of teeth from udder floor, a little more levelness in the rump here in the second place group, a little more age and maturity over the group that's standing in 3. Certainly a beautiful pairing of those here, the dam and daughter, when you look at the body capacity and memory systems in their turn. And again, it is for the advantage of that overall height of rear udder and just a little more depth of body. That 3 is going up over 4. 4 then over 5, we have the general appearance category as far as just a little smoother blended in the front end, but primarily it's for body capacity because our 5th place does are really strong in general appearance as well, but it is for the body capacity and capacity of memory system. Of course, going over 5. 5 over 6 for the advantage today. Dairy strength. When you put your hands on these does, just consistently both of them are a little more open rib, a little flatter bone, yielding to the length of bone that we have here in our 6th place grouping. And this is a dam that's 9 years old, still really a beautifully productive doe here and her daughter. And it is for a little more age and maturity, more proper placement, consistency of teeth on the udder floor when viewed from the rear. The third one over the group that I made a change here in 7. 7 over 8 is a general appearance placing. We got that shoulder blending, we got just a little more strength and firmness in the chine area. Over the deep body doe staying behind him in 8, and then 8 over 9, the body capacity advantage.
Okay, listen up, everyone down here by ring 1. I've been asked to announce that the holding area for the goats is down there between the entrance and that pile of shavings there behind the fence. That's where you should be waiting with your goats. Please do not put them over here where all the spectators are. Please keep them over there behind the white picket fence between the entrance and the pile of shavings. All right, we're ready for the best udder class. If you had a 1st or 2nd place best udder in the Alpine breed, please bring them into the ring. Okay, the last class was Alpine Dam and Daughter. That award was sponsored by Smith Trinity Farm. 1st place in that class was Caracal MRR Amal, owned by Emily Thompson. 2nd place, Grand Champion Tempo Aquila Skip and Free, owned by Lauren Acton. 3rd place, Grand Champion Shining Moon Justinia, owned by Mickey and Grant Colfax. 4th place, Grand Champion Shining Moon Hawk Couture, owned by Mickey and Grant Colfax. 5th place, Champion Maple Wind Fascination, owned by Maple Wind. 6th place, Windrush Farms Neo Minuet, owned by Keith and Lena Kunkel. 7th place went to Harmony HBV Zivas Talia, owned by Greg and Vicki Larson and family. 8th place went to Automakers Just a Rumor, owned by Automakers Tammy Tuller. And 9th place went to Songs Indian Lotus, owned by Sheridan Payton. And that was Alpine Dam and Daughter, sponsored by Smith Trinity Farm.
These are our Toggenburg 4-year-olds. We'll start with our udder placing, which is 1, 2, and 3. First place udder over our second place udder for overall area of udder attachment. Just beautiful extension of that foreudder attachment today, the capacity to that foreudder, and then balance when viewed from the side, just showing us just lovely of that third that we look for in that mammary system. 2 then over 3, a closer mammary system placing, but just have a little bit more height for the rear mammary system on our second place udder over our third place udder. Just a little bit more extension of foreudder attachment, but really 2 very similar mammary systems here. We just have a little bit of an edge in terms of height of rear mammary system over our third place udder. Third place udder over the remaining udders in the class, just showing us the most balance to the halves of the mammary system, height to the rear mammary system, balance when viewed from the side, and extension of that foreudder attachment today. And back to our overall placing for the class, 1 over 2 today for that mammary system. Again, overall area of udder attachment, extension of that foreudder attachment, and balance when viewed from the side. She also has the advantage today in general appearance. She's just more nearly level out over that rump from hip to pin. A little flatter about the rump from thurl to thurl as well than 2. 2 then over 3, an advantage in her turn and general appearance. More correctly angulated in the hock when viewed from the side, showing me greater strength to the rear pastern than our third place individual. And then has the advantage in dairy strength today in terms of leadness to neck and openness of rib over 3. 3 then over 4, and it is for that mammary system, that height to the rear mammary system, balance to the halves of the mammary system, and width to that rear mammary system over our fourth place doe today. And then has the advantage in her turn in general appearance and smoothness of blending in that front end assembly and angulation to the hock when viewed from the side over 4. 4 then over 5, an advantage in her turn in mammary system, height to the rear mammary system, width to the rear mammary system, and showing us just a little bit more mammary system behind that rear leg today than our fifth place doe. Also the advantage today in dairy strength, just a little bit more open in the rib today than our fifth place doe. 5 then over 6, an advantage in her turn in general appearance, like the body, levelness to her top line, walking a little bit more directly forward on the foreleg today than our sixth place doe, and then body capacity, just beautiful front end on this doe, the depth of chest, the prominence to her brisket, and the increasing depth that she shows back to her flank over 6 today. 6 then over 7, an advantage in her turn. It's a beautiful frame on this doe. Just really smoothly blended from the front, from the neck down into the shoulder junction, showing us a lot of levelness out over that top line. Specifically over 7, this angulation of the hock when viewed from the side, width between the hocks as she moves away from me, and then has the advantage in dairy strength today, just showing us a little bit more leanness to that neck today than 7. 7 then over 8, an advantage in her turn and general appearance, more nearly level out over the rump from hip to pin. There's less movement in that front end assembly and that shoulder blade as they move about the ring over our 8th place individual. And then she has the advantage in mammary system in terms of size and shape of teeth and placement of the teeth on the udder floor over 8. 8 over 9, an advantage in her turn and general appearance, more correct angulation of the hock when viewed from the side, more smoothly blended from the neck down into the shoulder junction than our 9th place doe. And a mammary system showing us greater width to the rear mammary system, greater extension of foreudder attachment, greater height to the rear mammary system as well. 9 then over 10, an advantage in her turn and body capacity, greater depth to the chest, depth to that rear rib, and increasing depth back to the flank over our 10th place doe. 10 then over 11 has the advantage in general appearance today, showing the greater strength for that rear pastern, for correct angulation of the hock when viewed from the side, and then dairy strength is showing us greater sharpness to the withers and leanness to that neck over our 11th place doe. 11 over 12, an advantage in mammary system, width to the rear mammary system, extension of foreudder attachment over our 12th place doe. 12 over 13, an advantage in her turn and mammary system, overall area of udder attachment, capacity to the mammary system, and width to the rear mammary system. She also excels the 13th place doe in dairy strength, sharpness of those withers, openness of rib over 13. 13 over 14, an advantage in her turn and mammary system, showing us greater udder support and that strength of medial suspensory ligament, causing those teats to point more directly downward than our 14th place individual. Really like the capacity that we see in our 14th place individual, and we also like to commend this doe for the front end structure that she has, really smoothly blended in that front end and the neck down into the shoulder junction. Thank you.
Okay, Toggenburg 4-year-olds. This award was sponsored by Anna Thompson-Hadjick of legendary Toggenburgs. First place with first udder went to Quality Crest Cowboy Maggie, owned by Abigail Larson. Second place with second udder went to Johaas Acres CTR of Attention, owned by Gert Arts. Third place with third udder was Johaas Acres Not in the Cards, owned by Gert Arts. Fourth, champion Cantervine JJ Rain, owned by Casey Prokniak. Fifth place, K-Bar C LR Jadeite, owned by Noah Johnson. Sixth, champion Westerfield's Magnum Jenny, owned by Brady Westerfield. Seventh place, grand champion Summer Days, Czar Fancy JC, owned by Michael and Vicky Summerlot. Eighth, SGCH Prairie Time TR Piper, owned by LaKayla Vincent. Ninth, K-Bar C LR Grand Junction, owned by K-Bar C Farm. 10th, RPS Acres Sadie, owned by Cody Schlecht. 11, Moss Ridge Dandy Liza, owned by Dry Creek Acres. 12, Royal Cedars Bluff Anita, owned by Royal Cedars. 13 went to Cantervine JJ Solstice, owned by Casey Prokniak. And 14th went to Tivio Farm UJ Coffee, owned by Kay White. And those were the Toggenburg 4-year-olds, and that award was sponsored by Anna Thompson-Hadjick of legendary Toggs. First place youth in that class for Toggenburg 4-year-olds went to champion Westerfield's Magnum Jenny, owned by Brady Westerfield. Second place youth was SGCH Prairie Time TR Piper, owned by LaKayla Vincent. All right, while we're doing the Alpine Milkout, I'd like to announce the rest of the Alpine award sponsors. Premier Breeder is sponsored by Lazy Acres Farm, Amanda and Ryan Ruark. The Reserve Premier Breeder is sponsored by McCann Goat Farm, the McCann family. Premier Exhibitor, sponsored by Redwood Hill Farm Creamery. Premier Sire, Redwood Hill Farm Creamery. And then we have the High 305 Milk Production Award, sponsored by Soldier Mountain Alpines, Tracy Stamke. The High 305 Fat, sponsored by Heather Quick of Quarter Mile Farm. High Lifetime Milk, sponsored by Redwood Hill Farm Creamery. High Lifetime Fat, sponsored by Heather Quick of Quarter Mile Farms. and the total performer sponsored by Mamke Alpine Dairy Goats. All right, attention La Mancha breeders. It's almost time for your milk out. Your milk out will be at 2 o'clock. The teams will be coming around. Make sure your does are already milked out completely. Make sure you all have a mask, are wearing a mask, and make sure you stay by your pens until the milk check teams come around. And also to the volunteers that have volunteered to do La Mancha milk check. Please meet Sarah down at the north end of Ring 1. She'll meet down there. You can meet down there between now and 2 o'clock. All right, before we give the reasons for the Alpine udder placings, I want to announce the Alpine Production Awards, since the people are here. The high 305 milk went to Tempo Aquila Mazai with 4,170 pounds of milk, owned by Lori Acton. Lori can take a bow and come in and get her award. High 305 fat went to Olentangy Ambitious A Matrix with 148 pounds of fat, owned by Mark Baden. You want to give them their awards? There you go. And then the high lifetime milk and fat went to the same doe, Tempo Aquila Skippin' Free with 22,680 pounds of milk, 726 pounds of fat, and she was owned by Dr. Lauren Acton. Also, attention in the barns, any youth that have offered to help clean pens, come up to the show ring and see Karen Smith. Any youth that have volunteered to clean pens, come up to the show ring now and see Karen Smith.
Okay, so this is our best udder here in the Alpine Division. We had a beautiful lineup of does that you were watching a few moments ago, with the does that all were known, right from the age doe class right down to the yearling. We did take a look at our younger age does mammary systems. We felt that they were, while competitive, we had does that we decided to keep to milk out that were just having a little, that showed us a little bit more edge as far as age and maturity, number of lactations, and maybe capacity that they were showing today. So we certainly want to commend the does that we excused for their mammary system placings, but this top 5 is the group that we decided to keep in and milk out. And I tell you what, we're not disappointed. One of the things I want to mention here that I felt Joe and I talked a lot about throughout the competition is it's really difficult, we know, to bring the does in, keep them in milk, have them with the right amount of milk throughout a day of showing. And as we get longer today, it gets more difficult. But it's key that as an exhibitor, you keep an eye on your doe. You make sure that you have that doe so she does not become over-uddered, stressed out, and not able to walk with ease and motion around the mammary. It just really compounds a lot of different problems. And the number one thing you want to remember, that doe's going home with you, and she's going to be back in your barn next week, and you want her milking and looking good for you next week. And I want to commend a number of exhibitors here, the ones out here particularly, and the ones that showed earlier, for having that right and having that sight to look into their does as they did. So it's a real pleasure. But this particular group, stellar. They came in, we had texture whenever they were in with milk, and now as we milked out, we're looking at them again to see exactly if there's any differences. And key again, we're looking at the laterals, we're looking at where the attachments are, how capacious they were in milk, and how well they milked out, given due regard to the number of lactations and age of the animal. 7-year-old milked out extremely well, beautiful mammary system in milk, and is milked out. The 6-year-old, excuse me, just a really strong doe as far as that mammary and capacity, and now milked out, and the 4-year-old the same way. Looking a little closer, we felt that the doe that just really showed us in milk, correct mammary system, beautiful placement on teeter nutter floor, capacity, strength and medial. The doe that was our champion here is going to be our best udder breed as well. Congratulations very much to the beautiful 6-year-old Alpine doe. She is our best udder show. So then looking at we're going to bring her over to the side and bring our next doe over one. 5-year-old. We have 7, 5, and 4. And again, doe that was beautifully in mammary system and capacity and milked out extremely well. For a little more correctness and proper placement of teeth, when in milk and placed, and now that it's milked out. And again, that width to the rear udder, tremendous capacity. 4-year-old doe is going to become a reserve best udder. Thank you very much to all exhibitors. Beautiful alpine show.
Congratulations to the Alpine Best Udder winner, Grand Champion Caracol PGW Akebono, owned by Emily Thompson and the Thompson family. Reserve Best Udder went to Grand Champion Shining Moon Justinia, owned by Grant and Mickey Colfax. Okay, we would like to have Emily Thompson come up and sign her paperwork, as well as Grant Colfax, please.
Our Toggenburg 5 and 6-year-old classes. To start with our udder placings, they will be 1, 2, and 3. First place udder over our second place udder is for that extreme width of that rear udder and the height of that rear udder, an extension of forward udder attachment that she carries herself over our second place udder today. 2 then over 3, overall area of udder attachment, slightly more height to the rear mammary system, and a little bit more extension of forward udder attachment over our third place udder. Third place udder over the remaining udders in the class, she's just showing us greater height, balance when viewed from the side, balance the halves of the mammary system, and strength of udder support in that medial suspensory ligament. And back to our overall class placing, 1 over 2 today for that mammary system, overall area of udder attachment, balance when viewed from the side, and extension of forward udder attachment, but also has the advantage, just beautiful dairy strength on this first place doe. I can just put almost 2 of my whole fingers in between her ribs, sharpness at those withers, beautiful pliability to her skin as well. 2 then over 3, general appearance, length of body, slightly more level out over that rump from hip to pin, angulation to the hock when viewed from the side, and slightly straighter in that foreleg today than our third place individual. She also has the advantage in body capacity and depth of chest and depth of rear rib over 3. 3 then over 4, an advantage first in mammary system, showing us greater width to the rear mammary system, a little bit greater strength of the medial suspensory ligament, holding that udder just a little higher above the hock today than our fourth place individual, and then an advantage in general appearance today, just a little bit more angulation to that hock when viewed from the side than our fourth place doe. Fourth place doe, just a tremendous, strong, powerful doe here. You just really admire that front end and that prominence to her brisket. It is for that general appearance, though, that carries her over our fifth place doe. Strength to the rear pastern, straightness to that foreleg, and then levelness out over that rump from hip to pin. And that body capacity placing, just beautiful depth to this chest, prominence to the brisket, and increasing depth back to that flank over our fifth place doe today. 5 then over 6, an advantage in her turn and mammary system, height to the rear mammary system, balance when viewed from the side, and a little bit more capacity. We have a doe in 6 that's been milking through, and this doe just has a little bit more capacity today than our 6th place doe. 6 then over 7, just a beautiful frame on this 6th place doe. Love the general appearance that she's showing us today. The angulation to her hock when viewed from the side, her rump structure in terms of the width to that rump, the levelness to the rump, flatness from thurl to thurl over our 7th place doe today. Again, I'd like to see her with a little more milk, but we forgive her for that on being a milking through doe. 7 then over 8, an advantage in general appearance, a more nearly level individual as she moves up the ring, more correct angulation to the hock when viewed from the side, and then body capacity, just beautiful depth throughout on this 7th place doe to carry her over 8. 8 then over 9, an advantage in her turn and mammary system, overall area of attachment, width to the rear mammary system today over our 9th place doe, and then dairy strength. She's a little leaner in the neck, a little sharper at the withers today than 9. 9 then over 10, an advantage in her turn in mammary system. She's just showing me a little bit more height to that rear mammary system today than our 10th place individual, a little bit greater extension of forward attachment and strength of medial suspensory ligament, causing those teats to point more directly downward than our 10th place doe. 10th place doe over our 11th place doe today, general appearance, more nearly level out over that rump from hip to pin, traveling a little bit more uphill from hip to wither today than our 11th place individual. And then she has the advantage in body capacity in terms of strength of that brisket, prominence to that brisket today over 11. 11 then over 12, an advantage in her turn and general appearance. She's a longer bodied doe, more nearly level, with a little bit less motion in that front end assembly as she moves about the ring than our 12th place individual. 12th place individual over our 13th place doe. She has the advantage today in mammary system in terms of width to the rear mammary system and showing me just a little bit greater height to that rear mammary system as well over our 13th place doe. She also has the advantage in dairy strength today and sharpness at the withers and openness of rib over 13. 13 over 14, an advantage in her turn and dairy strength today. She's a little leaner in that neck, a little longer in that neck, sharper at the wither today over our 14th place doe. 14 over 15, an advantage in general appearance, more nearly level out over the top line, especially about the rump from hip to pin, tracking a little bit more directly forward on those forelegs today than our 15th place doe. And then mammary system, she's showing me greater balance when viewed from the side, showing me more udder behind that rear leg today than our 15th place doe. 15 over 16, and an advantage here in dairy strength, openness to the rib today, sharpness of those withers over our 16th place doe. 16 over 17, an advantage in mammary system and balance to the halves of the mammary system and height to the rear mammary system, also showing us a little bit of an advantage in udder support, carrying that mammary system a little higher above the hock today. She also excels in dairy strength in terms of length and leanness to her neck over 17. 17 over 18, an advantage in general appearance. As she moves about the ring, she's more nearly level out over the top line, especially about the rump from hip to pin. She's more smoothly blended in that front end assembly, less motion in the shoulder as she moves about the ring today than our 18th place doe. 18 over 19, an advantage in mammary system and width to the rear mammary system, an extension of forward attachment, strength of medial suspensory ligament, causing that the teats to point more directly downward than our 19th place doe. 19 over 20. Manage the mammary system, height for the rear mammary system over and width of the rear mammary system as well over our 20th place dough. She also excels in body capacity and depth of rear rib over 20. 20 over 21 has the advantage today in general appearance, length of body, levelness to her top line, especially out over that rump from hip to pin. And then she has the advantage of the mammary system in terms of balance to the halves and capacity to the mammary system today over 21. 21 over 22, really love the frame on this dough. Just wish she had a little bit more milk to move her up my line today, but she excels the dough behind her in general appearance, levelness to the top line, especially out over the rump, flatness to the rump from thurl to thurl, and smoothness of blending in the front end. Really like the openness that this dough at the, in 21 is showing us today, the openness to her rib and the angularity that she has, and she's to be commended for that.
All right, can we have, again, Emily Thompson and Grant Colfax please come up to sign so we can get the show wrapped up? All right, continuing on with the results for the Toggenburg 5 and 6-year-olds. This award was sponsored by Melissa O'Rourke and Joe Skoda of Dry Creek Acres. First place with first udder was Grand Champion Johaus Acres Poker Face, owned by Gert Arts. Second place with second udder, Grand Champion Johaus Acres Ante Up, owned by Gert Arts. Third place with third udder was Grand Champion Legendary E.R. Rodin, owned by Anna Thompson-Hadjick. Fourth place, Grand Champion K-Bar C QCC Fallon, owned by K-Bar C Farm. Fifth place, Blue Blanket Farms KBC Dawn, owned by Noah Johnson. Sixth place was Grand Champion Johaus Acres Kalen, owned by Royal Cedars. Seventh place, Champion Cantor Vine JP KJ Yolanda, owned by Casey Prochniak. Eighth place, Taylor Ridge Costa Rica, owned by Taylor Ridge Farm. Ninth place, Grand Champion RPS Acres Vera, owned by RPS Acres. 10th, K-Bar C QCC Tristan's Fortuna, owned by K-Bar C Farm. 11, K-Bar C GF Hot Topic, owned by Noah Johnson. 12, Champion Quality Crest Cowboy Favor, owned by Brady Westerfield. 13th place, Ober Ridge Fool's Folly, owned by Ober Ridge. 14, Harmony Raniero Butterfly Kiss, owned by Abigail Larson. 15th place, Grand Champion Summer Days RRRF Deviate, owned by Michael and Vicky Summerlot. 16th, Overridge Kahlua, owned by Overridge. 17, Grand Champion Legendary Chips Raffia, owned by Anna Thompson-Hadjick. 18 went to Sweet Bees Harlequin, owned by Alicia Boren. 19, Happy Thought Farm Delightful, owned by Happy Thought Farm. And 20th place was Grand Champion Happy Thought Farm Sunrise, owned by Happy Thought Farm. And again, these were the Toggenburg 5 and 6-year-olds. This award was sponsored by Melissa O'Rourke and Joe Skoda of Dry Creek Acres.
our age doe class for the Toggenburg breed today. Really a strong class all the way down the line. Our udder placings today are 1, 2, and 3. Udder placings 1 over 2 today for an advantage in overall area of udder attachment, height to the rear mammary system, and smoothness of blending about that fore-udder attachment as well. Second udder over our third place udder. She has the advantage of height to the rear mammary system, extension of fore-udder attachment, and smoothness of blending of that fore-udder attachment over our third place udder. Third place udder over the remaining udders in the class. She's showing me more balance to the halves of the mammary system, greater height, extension of fore-udder attachment, and just love the depth that she's showing to her rear udder today. Back to our overall placings of the class, 1 over 2 today. Again, for that mammary system, the smoothness, the blending of the fore-udder attachment, the height to the rear mammary system over our second place doe. She also excels in general appearance. She's showing me just a little bit more straightness to that foreleg today than our second place doe. A little bit greater length of body today than 2. 2 then over 3, an advantage in her turn. Really just love the general appearance on this doe. She's just really, really balanced across that top line, straight and strong, flat across that rump from thorough to thorough, and the angulation to the hock when viewed from the side carries her over our third place individual. That coupled with her dairy strength, the sharpness at the withers, and the leanness to her neck today over 3. 3 then over 4, an advantage in her turn and general appearance, the set to the rear legs, the width between the hocks, the angulation to the hock when viewed from the side, and the levelness to her rump from hip to pin as she moves about the ring. And then she has the advantage in that mammary system, as we said, extension of fore-udder attachment and balance when viewed from the side. And then dairy strength, just beautiful dairy strength on this doe. She's so open in her rib, so sharp with that wither, and so lean in that neck today over 4. 4 then over 5, an advantage in her turn in that mammary system, height to the rear mammary system, width to the rear mammary system, and balance when viewed from the side, just showing me a little bit more rear udder behind the rear leg today than our 5th place doe. She also excels in general appearance in the front and the smoothness of blending of that front end, a little bit less motion in the shoulder as she moves about the ring than 5. 5 then over 6, an advantage in body capacity, depth of chest, depth of heart, and depth of rear rib to carry her over our 6th place individual today. 6 over 7, an advantage here in general appearance. She's more nearly level out over the rump from hip to pin, a little bit more correct angulation of the hock when viewed from the side. And then body capacity, she's showing me greater depth to the chest, greater prominence to her brisket today than our 7th place doe. Really admire the frame on the 7th place doe that she's showing us today, the smoothness of blending in her front end assembly, and then that coupled with the dairy strength, the sharpness of the wither, and the openness of rib today, and she's to be commended for that. Thank you.
All right, we're ready for all the first and second place Toggenburg milkers. Please come back into the ring. We just finished the Toggenburg 7 years and older class. That award is again sponsored by Melissa O'Rourke and Joe Skoda of Dry Creek Acres. First place with first udder in that class was Grand Champion Johaus Acres Limelight, owned by Gert Arts. Second place with second udder went to Grand Champion Royal Cedars Athena's Ann, owned by Royal Cedars. Third place with third udder went to Grand Champion Royal Cedars Bluff Latte, owned by Royal Cedars. Fourth place, Grand Champion Royal Cedars Venus Vienna, owned by Royal Cedars. Fifth place, Champion Nestor Acres GGFC Sponge Candy, owned by the Ringfist family. Sixth place, Grand Champion Royal Cedars Ambrosia Aurora, owned by Royal Cedars. And the seventh place was Grand Champion Summer Days Atari Fiola, owned by Michael and Vicky Summerlot. And again, we thank the award sponsors of Melissa O'Rourke and Joe Skoda of Dry Creek Acres for sponsoring the Toggenburg 7 years and over.
This is our lineup for our Toggenburg Senior Champion. I, as a Toggenburg breeder, am just in love when I look out here. Thank you so much for bringing out such beautiful animals for me to be able to look at today. Please give these exhibitors a round of applause. We start down here to my right with our yearling. I just really, really like this doe, especially her mammary system, just showing us so much height, that rear mammary system. And then just she couples that with some lovely general appearance and the smoothness of blending in that front end, the strength of her feet. Really, really a promising doe here in our yearling class. Our 2-year-old doe, love the smoothness of blending in that forudder, the extension of forudder attachment that she's showing us today, creating so much balance from the side when you view this udder today. And she really is showing us a lot of body capacity, depth to that chest, prominence to her brisket today. A 3-year-old doe ahead of her, just tremendous in her general appearance, the length of body that she shows us today, the flatness to her rump, the angulation to her hock when viewed from the side. Lovely dairy strength as well, and the sharpness at those withers, and a mammary system with a lot of capacity and width to that rear mammary system. Ahead of her, a 4-year-old doe, just a tremendous forudder on this doe, showing us a lot of balance to the mammary system when viewed from the side, and she couples that with some lovely general appearance, levelness over that top line, and flatness to that rump today. Ahead of her, our 5 to 6-year-old class winner, a tremendous mammary system on this doe as well, showing us just a lovely amount of width to that rear mammary system. When you view this doe from behind, just beautiful width to the mammary, height to that rear mammary system, and she couples that with some lovely general appearance and smoothness of blending in that front end assembly, levelness to her top line, and flatness to that rump from thorough to thorough. Our age doe at the head of the line, a 7-year-old doe, showing us a lot of strength and general appearance. Love the dairy strength that she has, and the leanness to her neck, the sharpness at those withers today, and the openness to her rib. Your 2021 Toggenburg National Senior Champion today is our 5 and 6-year-old class winner. It is that mammary system, the width to that rear mammary system, the height to that rear mammary system, the balance that she shows from the side, and the lovely general appearance, levelness to her top line, smoothness of blending in that front end assembly, and just really lovely body capacity as well. You love the prominence to her brisket, the depth to her chest. She is your senior champion. You pull in the doe that stood second to her, and you really admire this doe for her general appearance, the length and levelness to her top line, and the body capacity that she is showing us today. But your 2021 Reserve Senior National Champion today is your 4-year-old doe. It is for that forudder, the extension of that forudder, the balance to that mammary system when viewed from the side, and she excels her closest competition in the second place 5 to 6-year-old in that mammary, and also out over that top line, just a little bit more nearly level out over that rump today. She's our Reserve National Senior Champion.
We have the junior champion and reserve junior champion from last night's show into the ring, please. Congratulations to the Toggenburg Senior National Champion, Grand Champion Johannes Akers Poker Face, owned by Geared Arts. The Reserve Senior Champion Toggenburg is Quality Crest Cowboy Maggie, owned by Abigail Larson.
We bring in our junior champion and our reserve junior champion from yesterday, and I just want to take a minute because I just love this junior champion. She's so pretty to me. I love the general appearance that she shows us today. The length of body, the correctness to that rear leg set, the openness, or the width between the hocks, and our reserve junior national champion, the length of body, the body capacity, the depth of chest, and the prominence to her brisket. I'm so excited for you guys for the future of these two animals. But today, we are going to stay with our senior champion as our national grand champion, and our reserve senior champion as our reserve national grand champion for our Toggenburgs today for their advantages in memory system over our junior champion and reserve junior champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Toggenburg National Champion, Grand Champion Johannes Akers Poker Face, owned by Geert Arps, and the Reserve National Champion, Quality Crest Cowboy Magic, Maggie, owned by Abigail Larson. We could have all the youth entries into the ring, please.
This is our selection for our embedded youth Toggenburg National Champion today. Over here to my right, forgive me if I'm a little off on ages, but I believe we have our yearling over here to my right. Really a strong doe in general appearance, long and level out over the top line, showing us good capacity to her mammary system. Ahead of her, a 2-year-old doe, I believe, length of body, levelness to her top line, and strength in that front end, showing us a lot of prominence to her brisket. Ahead of her, 3-year-old doe, showing us just really, really correct general appearance, smoothness of blending in the front end, long and level over the top line and flat about that rump from thurl to thurl. Ahead of her, a 4-year-old doe, showing us a tremendous amount of body capacity, strength and power, levelness to the top line, and a mammary system that's showing us a lot of balance when viewed from behind, height to that rear mammary system, and extension of forward attachment. And ahead of her, I believe we have a 5-year-old doe, showing us a lot of correctness in general appearance, strength to her feet and legs, and tightness in those toes. For me, our embedded youth 2021 National Toggenburg Champion is our 4-year-old doe today. It's for that frame that she shows us today, the strength to her general appearance, just absolutely lovely body capacity and strength in that chest and the prominence to the brisket, and a mammary system that's just lovely to look at from behind in terms of height to that rear mammary system and width. She is your National Champion Embedded Youth winner.
Congratulations to our Youth Embedded Show Toggenburg National Grand Champion, Champion Westerfield's Magnum Jenny, owned by Brady Westerfield.
I'd like to correct myself really quickly. This is our Premier Youth Toggenburg for 2021. Okay, thank you very much. This is our Toggenburg Dairy Herd class today, 1/2 today, for the advantages in general appearance across the group, strength of the top line, levelness to rump, flatness to rump, the mammary systems that across the group are showing us the most strength, that height to the rear udder, width to the rear udder, and strength of medial suspensory ligament, carrying them over our second place group today. 2 then over 3 for mammary systems, just showing us more consistency across the group in terms of width to the rear mammary system, but also has the advantage today in dairy strength, a little sharper at the withers, a little more open of rib than our third place group. 3 then over 4 advantages in general appearance, length of body, levelness of top line, smoothness of blending in the front end assembly, and mammary systems that are showing us consistency in terms of height of rear mammary system today over 4. 4 then over 5 is for advantages in general appearance, strength of feet and leg, levelness to the top line, and angulation of the hocks when viewed from the side, consistently across the group over our 5th place group. Okay, yeah. 5 over 6 advantages in general appearance, strength of the feet and legs in our 5th place group over our 6th place group, but also to the mammary system, showing us a consistent height to the rear mammary system across the group today, and showing us a lot of body capacity in this group, just a lot of depth and strength and power throughout our 5th place group. 6 over 7 has the advantage today in mammary system, showing us just a little bit more consistent, a width to the rear mammary system today than our 7th place group. 7 over 8 has the advantage today. This is a closer placing for me, but we just have a little bit more consistency in terms of general appearance, levelness of top line across the group today over our 7th place group. I want to commend the 7th place group for the body capacity that they're showing us today, the depth and strength and power throughout, in order to be commended for that. Thank you.
Okay, all the volunteers for the Oberhausley Milkout, that'll be in about 15 more minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. Please meet Karen Smith down at the end of ring 1. And all Oberhausley breeders, please be by your pens, wearing a mask with your does already milked out, ready to go for the volunteers to inspect them. All right, Toggenburg breeders, this class will be your tattoo check. Please go get your registration papers that match the goats that are in the ring. The last class was Toggenburg Dairy Herd. That award is sponsored by Happy Thought Farm, Bill, Susan, and Sarah Frank. First place went to Johannes Acres Toggenburgs, owned by Geert Arts. Second place, Iron Hill, owned by Cody Schlecht. Third place, Heatwave, owned by Noah Johnson. Fourth place, Royal Cedars, owned by Royal Cedars, the Hermanson family. Fifth place, K-Bar C Farm, the Younger family. Sixth place, Ober Ridge Farm, owned by the Holdridge family. Seventh place, Happy Thought Farm, the Frank family. Eighth place, Summer Days, owned by the Summerlot family. And again, the Dairy Herd Award sponsor is Happy Thought Farm, Bill, Susan, and Sarah Frank.
to our Toggenburg senior best 3. 1 over 2 today for their advantages in general appearance and the rear mammary system, height and width of rear mammary system today, and just a little bit more length of body in this first place group over our second place group today. Second place group, which we've lovingly dubbed the Golden Girls because we have a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 7-year-old in this group. I will leave it up to all of you to decide who's who in this group. But they carry themselves over our third place individual today with the strength of general appearance, the strength of their feet and legs, the angulation of the hock when viewed from the side, flatness to those rumps, and consistent strength of those rear mammary systems across the group in terms of height and width of the rear mammary system. 3 then over 4, an advantage in their turn in terms of general appearance, length of body, levelness of top line, flatness to rump from furrow to thurl, strength of medial suspensory ligaments and the mammary systems holding those mammaries just a little higher above the hock today than 4. 4 then over 5, really, really big, strong, powerful does in this fourth place group today. Love the frames on all of these does today, but it's that length of body, the smoothness of blending in the front end assembly today that carries them over our fifth place group. Fifth place group over our sixth place group today, strength in the mammary system, height of rear mammary system, width of rear mammary system, and balance when viewed from the side consistently across the group today. And in addition, dairy strength, sharpness of the withers, and openness of rib today over our sixth place group. 6 then over 7, and advantages in mammary system, just a little bit more consistent across the group in terms of balance when viewed from the side. Also has the advantage of dairy strength today, and sharpness of those withers, openness of rib over, I believe, our seventh place groups. 7 over 8 today, advantages in mammary, in general appearance, length of body, levelness of top line, flatness of rump from thurl to thurl today, and strength in those front ends in terms of smoothness of blending from the neck down into the shoulder junction. Mammary systems are very consistent across the group in terms of height of rear mammary system today. 8 then over 9 has the advantage today, closer placing, but it has the advantage today in mammary systems in terms of teat placement, strength of medial suspensory ligament over our ninth place group. Ninth place group showing us a lot of consistency and body capacity and smoothness of blending throughout. Thank you.
The results for the Toggenburg Best 3 Senior Does, which was sponsored by Joan and Charles Rao of Rao's Toggenburgs. First place went to Johannes Akers Toggenburg's Geared Arts. Second place was Royal Cedars, owned by Karen Hermanson Ferguson. Third place, Cantervine Dairy Goats, Casey Prochniak. Fourth place, Heatwave, owned by Noah Johnson. Fifth place was Legendary, owned by Anna Thompson Hadjick. Sixth place, Ogre Ridge, owned by Addison Holdridge. Seventh place, Iron Hill, Cody Schlecht. Eighth place, Happy Thought Farm, William and Susan Frank. And then the ninth place was Summer Days, Michael and Vicki Summerlot. And again, that award for the Toggenburg Best 3 Senior Does was sponsored by Joni and Charles Rao of Rao's Toggenburgs.
Senior Getta Sire for the Toggenburg breed. We have our group of older does here, a 9-year-old, 7'7", and they excel in the groups behind them in the strength medial suspensory ligaments, holding the mammary, depth to the rear mammary system and width to the rear mammary system today over our second place group. 2 then over 3 had the advantage today in those mammary systems as well, strength of medial suspensory ligament, width to the rear mammary system, but also dairy strength today, sharpness at the withers, and openness of rib over 3. 3 over 4, general appearance, stature, strength, and power in that front end, smoothness of blending in those front ends today, and coupled with mammary system showing us a lot of height to that rear mammary system over our fourth place group today. A lot of consistency in general appearance in our fourth place group today, strength of top line, flatness to the rumps from thorough to thorough, and capacity to the mammary systems, and they're to be commended for that. Thank you.
Toggenburg Senior Getta Sire. This award was sponsored by Krista and Roy Matson of Marshland Toggenburgs. First place went to Grand Champion Johannes Akers, Call My Bluff, owned by Royal Cedars. Second place, Quality Crest, Cowboy Callan, owned by Ober Ridge. Third place, Legendary RHM Riptide, owned by Anna Thompson-Hadjick. Fourth place, California, Rialto Maximilian, owned by Happy Thought Farm. And again, we thank the Toggenburg Senior Getta Sire sponsor, Krista and Roy Matson of Marshland Toggenburg.
Toggenburg Sr. Produce of Dam, 1/2 today for advantages in mammary system, height and width to the rear udder, extension of foreudder, and then length of body consistently across this group. 2 then over 3 advantages in general appearance, length of body, but also mammary system in terms of height of rear mammary system today, over 3. 3 over 4, general appearance, length and levelness to the top line, flatness of the rump from furrow to furrow, but also mammary system. Just love the smoothness of blending of the foreudder attachments and extension of foreudder attachments on our 3rd place group today. 4 over 5 advantages in dairy strength, sharpness of the withers, openness of rib today, and then mammary systems that are consistently capacious and extension of foreudder attachment in their turn over 5. 5 then over 6, body capacity, depth of chest, depth of heart, and depth of rear rib to carry them over our 6th place group. 6 over 7, just a little bit more consistent in the mammary systems today in terms of height of rear, teat placement, and capacity to the mammary systems today. Really like the dairy strength that we see on our 7th place group in terms of sharpness of the withers and openness of the rib today, and they're to be commended for that. Thank you.
All right, Toggenburg Produce of Dam, sponsored by Melissa O'Rourke and Joe Skoda of Dry Creek Acres. First place went to Johaus Acres Hit Me, owned by Geert Arts. Second place, Johaus Acres Shuffle Up and Deal, also owned by Geert Arts. Third place, Champion Eleni Acres MFST Panama, owned by Taylor Ridge Farm. Fourth place, Legendary Chips Rubaiyat, owned by Anna Thompson Hadgett. Fifth place, Champion Finbar WFM Teresa, owned by Cody Schleich. Sixth place, Royal Cedars Bluff Anita, owned by Royal Cedars. In 7th place, Happy Thought Farm Lovely Lil, owned by William and Susan Frank of Happy Thought Farm. And again, thank you once again for the many donations and support you've given to the Toggenburg breed, to Melissa O'Rourke and Joe Skoda of Dry Creek Acres.
Our dam and daughter class for our Toggenburg breed today. 1 over 2 today, just showing us a lot of strength and general appearance, flatness about that rump from thurl to thurl, and our daughter here today from our dam. And then the advantages in dairy strength today, sharpness of those withers and length of neck today, carrying them over our second place group. 2 then over 3, 2 big, strong, powerful does, really correct in their general appearance and strength in that front end assembly. They carry themselves over our third place group for that length of body, levelness to the rump from hip to pin, flatness of the rump from thurl to thurl, and mammary systems that are showing us just a bit more height through the rear mammary system today. 3 then over 4 advantages in mammary system, just showing us a little bit more strength of the medial suspensory ligaments consistently across this group, holding the udders a little higher today. Also have a little bit of an advantage in body capacity and depth of rear rib today across our third place group. 4 then over 5 advantages in general appearance, length of body, levelness to the top line, smoothness of blending in that front end assembly. They excel at the 5th place group today, and just a little bit more capacity to the mammary system, a little bit more width to the mammary system across the group than 5. 5 then over 6 advantages in general appearance, length of body, levelness of top line, smoothness of blending in that front end assembly, and dairy strength, just really sharp and strong at those withers, beautiful leanness to the neck on this 4th place group. 5 then over 6 then over 7 has the advantages today in mammary system, width to the rear mammary system, height to the rear mammary system over our 7th place group today. 7 over 8 advantages in body capacity, depth of chest, depth of rear rib, and width throughout over our 8th place group. 8 over 9 have the advantages in mammary system just in terms of teat placement and strength of medial suspensory ligament over our 9th place group. We also have a little bit of an advantage in body capacity and width throughout over our 9th place group. 9th place group showing us a lot of dairy strength, sharpness of those withers, and openness to the ribs today, and they're to be commended for that. Thank you.
All right, can we have all the Toggenburg first and second place udders into the ring, please? The last class was Toggenburg Dam and Daughter. That award is sponsored again by someone who's sponsored several of the awards here for the Toggenburgs, Bill, Susan, and Sarah Frank of Happy Thought Farm. Thank you for your support of the Toggenburg breed. First place in that class, Johannes Akers, CTR of Center of Attention, owned by Geert Arts. Second place, Heatwave KG Halo, owned by Noah Johnson. Third place, Ober Ridge Callan Fanico, owned by Ober Ridge. Fourth place, Royal Cedars Bluff Anita, owned by Royal Cedars. Fifth place, Legendary, owned by Anna Thompson Hadjick. Sixth place, Happy Thought Farm Riesling, owned by Happy Thought Farm. Seventh, Royal Cedars Just Vegas, owned by Wild Hoof Acres. Eighth place, Summer Days Cash Drusilla, owned by Michael and Vicky Summerlot. And the ninth place was Bad Moon Rising Tequila Sunrise, owned by Sherry Pereno. Toggenburg Best Udder winners into the ring, please. Attention La Mancha breeders, we're gonna hold off the La Mancha show and not start till about 4:30. We have finish up the Toggenburg show, and we have a little judge situation here that worked this morning and is also working the La Mancha. So plan on about 4:30 to start the La Mancha show.
they're the final.